We are back at Quates the Timor, where Calligos is about to have a little trip and fall problem. He just doesn't know it yet.
Know your duty.
Ah,
Accomplished.
that's right. He's like running around and killing Eldari. Just because. But we'll fix that.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Okay.
Watch your steps.
Just a full bayonet chain knife hiding in the fruit. After several hours of traversing the forest, a small mountain blocks the way. Something about the pattern on the stone seems wrong. A few moments later, it becomes clear that there are cogitator parts glinting at the base of the mountain. The machine appears to have grown into the stone itself, along with the dirt and grass. The only proof of their artificial origin being occasional flashes of lumens powered by some random unknown impulses. A carcass is lying on a flat stone nearby, cut open and sacrificed to an unknown god.
Damn it. Oh, come on. Oh, the irony.
The irony of me having to trust you for that instead of Pascal. When the wearer's weapon has a base rate of fire or strike count equal to from 2 to 4, that parameter is increased by +1. If it's a ranged weapon, its recoil is doubled. When the wearer is 5 or more, the wearer's first attacks is increased by +9%. If it's a ranged weapon, its recoil is negated. Really good for the biggest gun you've got.
The divine watches over us.
Judging by the traces of blood, the Xenos attacked the camp from high ground, reluctant to get too close.
As it should be.
The body of House Winterscare Seneschal has been picked clean by wild beasts, with the marks on his spine and skulls that suggest that the man was sliced in two by a power weapon. Camp Wild Winterscale set up camp amid the remains of an ancient military.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
It looks like they've been trading with each other for a little bit, not to the benefit of the Eldari. The forest is alive with the constant rustling of thick leaves and the creaking of wood, as if the trees themselves are walking around like lumbering, looming people. But surely it's just a trick of the eye. Plants cannot walk, can they?
None are better at searching. Too hard for a simple monkey.
Huh, what was that, Kate? Each of the wearer's critical hits made with the ranged weapon increase their melee weapon crit damage. Eh.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Sense something nearby. My success was inevitable.
The burden of failure.
Oh! I have a new weapon for Pascal whenever I see him.
Let us walk this path to the end.
One repurposed containers built a ceremonial tomb. The remains of Imperial soldiers were placed inside a long time after death. The forest hike lasts an entire day. In the golden rains of dust, the road trader sees a small hill crowned with an Ikea, a double-headed eagle totem made from the plasteel and rock-reed components of an ancient ship. The foot of the hill provides a much less scenic view, however. The soil is stained brown from all the flesh smeared upon it, contrasted only by the white specks of bone shards mixed into the dried-up bloody mass. Sounds great.
Hey, what's that? Do you see that?
The vicinity of the carefree place of worship is peaceful and quiet. Okay. The irresistibly sweet aroma of fruit teases the rogue trader's olfactory senses, especially after so many hours spent in the stuffy humidity of the forest. But after locating the source of the aroma, he decides against tasting the appetizing fruit. Several mummified corpses lie under the fruit trees, their withered faces a testament to their agony, their bodies covered in dark wounds resembling the bites of giant leeches.
I have a feeling that the Lord Captain's involvement in Incendia Chorda's downfall will not soon be forgotten.
If the fallen monkey's descendants come after the Elantark, the bloody cycle will continue. Life after life, generation after generation, until one side ceases to exist.
It'll be
Know
fine.
your duty.
It'll be fine. We don't need to worry about other families. That one again.
Stay faithful, and you will be rewarded.
The rich flare of the forest at times staggers the imagination. Among the trees covered in ivy and moss, the road trader notices a spiraling pattern of small white lumps on one of the tree trunks. Someone has cut the bark, causing the milky sap to flow down to damaged parts of the tree, hardened from the heat and turned into uneven, rubbery cocoons.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Sky breaks open, the heavy rain penetrating even the dense canopy of the forest. Luckily, the elements relent before long. As the sun emerges once more, the forest comes alive with the singing of birds, accompanied by the quiet sound of falling raindrops. The tattooed mummy lies in a ceremonial pose, dressed in bizarre fur and attire. Okay, keep your craziness to yourself, and what the Nakia burned into its forehead.
Over there!
A
We
trivial
shall
task.
reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Is that supposed to be my hint?
The Divine watches over us.
Okay. Right then.
How may I serve the dynasty?
They loomed over this world they fought. They fought and they lost. Well, I could tell they lost.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
He's here in the party with us right now, too. This feels like there's a pattern I'm supposed to be picking up, but I'm just not seeing it. Maybe I'm running too quickly or something and I'm missing stuff, but...
Know your duty. Let us walk this path to the end.
Came up this way. We went right and ran into Calligos. This is going to take us to the camp.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
But marks,
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
come on, people.
Let the faith guide my path to glory. The Divine watches over us.
Oh. Quite a few hours pass before something worth noticing finally shows up amid the dense forest. A pile of charred human bones lying in a shallow pit. In front of it, like a standing stone, a broken fire cultivar with melted nozzles and stuck in the ground. Their corpses can be seen in grass nearby, just as old and charred, but distinctly non-human. Scattered along these are Xenos weapons, covered in dirt. Except for the weaponry appears to be in working order, so if it is still possible to get some use out of it.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Okay.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Trying not to use guides here, but if I don't find this thing soon, I'm pretty much just gonna pull it up because I don't know what I should be doing. And it's just not interesting watching me click around. Okay.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Did I mention that my whispers tell me jokes? Jokes that once said aloud make your eyes bleed and blood curdle. Talk about black comedy.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Okay. 1 second here. Ah, there we are. I was literally 1 click away.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Sorry about that. Group of lean young people surround you, shooting anxious glances between you, Calligos, the priest, and the gray-headed elder who has stepped forward. Unlike the rest, her skin is completely free of decorations, except for the two-headed eagle branded on her wrinkly forehead. Our meeting occurred just as Speaks with Gods first saw. The woman exit grates in your ears. Her words sound like a fusion of High Gothic and the most vulgar tone of the rabble. Welcome to the heart of the forest, Starburn. This ruler. Enough of your bleeding old hag. I already told you your speech offends me. So, once it makes me want to cut out your tongue. Not even a Torta preacher would have the patience to listen to you blather on about your stars, gods, spirits, and other nonsense. Calligos waves the woman away and turns his flinty gaze on Speaks with Gods. I am sick and tired of aimlessly trudging through the woods, old man. I am a hunter, and without a quarry, I turn into quite the beast. Humbly covering his eyes, the priest nods slightly. Speaks with Gods is ready to conduct the ritual of Starborn. The heart of the forest is calling out to me, so let this priest serve his gods not in word, but in deed. Oh, some real psyker magic. It is done. The good-for-nothing psyker has finally proved himself. Butcher Scale looks around at the settlement with a bored expression. I tend to have a good night's sleep and enjoy the local delicacies. One good thing about Quait's Timor is that the fruit here is sweeter than Calixian honey and more tender than the meat of a young grox. You should get some rest as well, Ignatius, and remember, it is better to go hunting when you are full of vigor, but slightly hungry. The hunger adds acuity, makes the kill more intoxicating. Let me know when you're ready to depart, or if you decide to share a few stories that cut to the bonfire. It's not often that two rogue traders can indulge in confidences away from prying ears. Winter Scales sardonically clicks his tongue and nonchalantly salutes you in farewell. The Starborn who carries the seal of Quait's September is descended as strong of both body and will. As befit a god, this servant, like the rest of his entourage, shall grow weak on just the 7th night of our journey. Would the Starborn continue to lead us fearlessly, pressing forward to seek out the spirits from the darkness, even among the twisted paths, delivering the sky's judgment. The servant of the grass, flowers, and trees regrets only the immediate death of the Starborn's companion, the one you call the Seneschal. He quarreled with the ironclad guardian, and his words enraged the Starborn, and thus he slashed the unfortunate man's body up with his axe and threw the remains to the wild animals of Quait's Timor for them to feast on. This servant saw everything with his own 2 eyes. The old man pauses in hesitation and continues, It is not proper, perhaps, for a mere speck of dirt underneath the heels of a sky herald of the 2-headed eagle god to muse upon the deed. However, this servant did sense with his entire being the rage that possessed the Starborn at that moment, and the ironclad guardian reveled in his god's wrath. Ironclad guardian. I suppose you mean Calligos Winterscale's arch-militant. Martin the Grey seemed dangerous to me even on our first meeting, but our time together spent wandering the forest cemented this notion. May the 2-headed eagle god shelter you under his wing, O Sky Herald.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Nice walk. That was it, Ignatius. You may have helped us navigate the living forest clutches, but don't let it go to your head. I would have managed by myself sooner or later. Winter Scale chuckles and repeats, sooner or later. One day, you two will grow sick of all the talking, and then you will choose shooting Xenos on a wild planet over endless intrigue. tearful notes ring in Calligos' voice. Fine, we have plenty of time, so be it. I will give you a private audience. If dear Chorda knew how close-knit we had become, she would have surely branded us conspirators. A void kraken may eat them both for all I care. Wonderscale makes a wry face and clenches his fist in anger, acting as if their war in heresy in the expanse is just starting. Ha! I've been living it for decades, and I don't need an inquisitorial preacher, and I certainly don't need Incendia's goodwill. You care about them that much, New Blood? Go ahead then, try to convince me that the vile Xenos come to deserve the mercy of Calligos Winterscale, but remember, you only get one chance to try. Consider my idiot void-born nephew dead. Besides, you haven't led me out of the forest yet. You've only brought us into the heart. I still have time to kill all your precious Xenos before I become formally indebted to you. Don't think you can outsmart me at such games, New Blood. You've been a rogue trailer for barely any time at all compared to an old hand like me. If that was your argument for the Xenos, alas, you have miscalculated, Ignatius, and I do not wish to discuss this any further. Alas, Alantak, you cannot control the thoughts of this monkey, just as you cannot make a river flow backward. Words cannot move the mountain and dry the seas. Sometimes, only blades can. The arch-militant, previously indifferent to his master words, raises his head. His burning, curious gaze fixes on Juliet. The old man was a weakling, and that is why he's dead. This is what happens when you can no longer fulfill your duty to your master. Wharton grins in contempt, his entire being expressing his disdain for the seneschal. Calligos carries himself with an air of indifference, but the sudden furrow on his forehead betrays his regret. Many fine warriors have perished on this hunt. Raise a toast to their name when you can. So the hunt is unfamiliar concept to you, I see.
Know your duty.
No, I just... You know, I could see the bridge is out, but you're still driving. Alright, I think that's all that we can do here. You said there was like a rest option, but it doesn't look like it's real.
With each step, I
Or at least
forge
not that
my
kind.
destiny among the stars.
It's about time indeed, Ignatius. It may take a while to find their trail, but Wharton here has a keen eye, and his sense of smell can rival any old dog. We will do just fine, especially with the force being on our side now. Let's go, and try not to fall behind. Oh, I won't.
Just as I was taught.
Use one, get one.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
There they are. A stately Eldari warrior steps forward, calmly looking at the intruders. His armor and his adornments gleam in the sun despite the traces of dried mud and kicked on blood. The Farseers instruct me to send you away, Monkey. The smooth voice of the Xeno sounds out of place in the rough wilderness of Quetzaltemur. However, I've recently stopped meekly heeding their counsel, and besides, my sister is among you. I am curious to hear the outcast tidings. Oh, you're here. Vain rhetoric. Masterful display. Your temper, brother mine, you ought to quell. Bravado has no place within this play. Indeed, the merchants provide this all too well. This actor, excellent, who did a lie, upon the stage now, will this piece complete by choosing a final apposite, who shall survive, and who their doom will meet. Nocturne of Oblivion, mournful horned face, avidly tracks your face. I do not know about you, Ignatius, but these Xenos bastards are giving me the creeps. It shifts his gate from the Adore Warrior to Solitaire in the back. This one in the motley, I want to kill him. Now. Point the Great bares his teeth in anticipation and clutches the hilt of his sword. The Solitaire bows theatrically. With embers glowing, cupped in my two hands, I bear them through the deluge to the hearth. The Harlequin is being his usual self. His own answer only leaves you with more questions that are just as pointless to ask as the previous one. A tapestry complex as piece, and one that many threads demand for warp and weft. For this design, 3 wills together spun, its greed will state in hands of weaver deft. The gruesome scars of past distrust bewailed, with compacts of gauze shall now be veiled. Playing with your prey like a cat, fine new blood, you are still young, just remember that patience is not my strong suit. The Eldari watches Calligos closely. After everything the Elantok has done for my people, I am willing to answer his questions, but you had better not make any sudden moves, monkey. We did not attack this world, Elantok. The last of Cruderak's children assembled once more to scour the master of flesh, Tervantius, from the memory of the universe. The homunculus who abducted and tortured the Farseers from our craft world, we learned that he is hiding on this world, but something prevents our Farseers from discovering his lair, so we were forced to act decisively. The master of flesh from Kamrak, he is here. Yurla ignores the veiled confession and hails hungrily, doing his best to remain calm. We must destroy him. This is what we are here for, outcast. Stretch your hand, grasp the sphere of vengeance together with us, and plunge it into the dark heart of the artifact of torment. The gaze of the assembled Xenos turn to you, their eyes piercing you like the points of many swords. What are you doing, Elantok? My people are not as lenient as I am. They will not understand or forgive. Yurla backs away from you as if from a deranged psycho. You've just drawn a line beneath us, Ignatius. Forgive me, but I will stay on their side. Ooh. No. Normally I would just roll with whatever decision I came up with, but that one seemed especially bad.
The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I?
The Divine watches over us.
Alright, we're gonna speed it up a little bit. Jesus made their camp among the ruins of an ancient city of the Imperium. Only the alien growths of the Xenotech and the wreckage of the Adari ship disturbed the picture of centuries-old devastation and rebirth. Despite their affected ease, most of the Xenos are pushing themselves to their limit. They are exhausted, nervous, and frightened, even if they hide it well. Our Farseers, the one we managed to save, could not name the exact location of the Master of Flesh, even after our ship circled the world for a 3rd time. Something prevented them from seeing the truth, something powerful. We knew your patrols would soon discover our presence, and so we decided to do something else. To exterminate the homunculus, along with the world he had chosen as his refuge. The monkey are flooding the galaxy at the speed of a meteor shower, and this world will repopulate, eventually. Is a single world not worth eliminating a powerful enemy who threatens hundreds of worlds, both yours and those of my kin? And you still deem him worthy of the conversation. There's no trace of the bored Calligos from a few months ago. The rogue trader is now comfortably standing in the potential battlefield. His enemies in the head he tends to claim as his trophies. There's been less good hunting to be had in the Expanse since your arrival, New Blood. The Xenos hold useful information about the distant stars. That is a reason to consider your offer. Stop tugging at my conscience, Ignatius. You sound vile, like the incendium from my nightmares come to life to ruin the mood. Calligos grimaces in frustration. Your words seem to not have angered him, but upset him. Throne take you, and all the misfortunes in the galaxy along with you. I must confess that all this dismal talk has given me a migraine and made my old wounds ache. So you want to save these Xenos? Suit yourself. By my grace, I entrust you with the lives of the enemies of humanity. Have fun. We shall be heading back now. What kind of hunting is it when the prey does not even struggle in your grasp? I'm disappointed. Calligos flashes a provoking grin. And don't you think I am going to forget about your words and promises, Ignatius? We shall revisit that later. Hewlett brushes a strand of fiery hair from her forehead and nods appreciatively. I know how difficult it is to go against the will of your kin, yet I cannot hide my joy that we both lived through this moment and emerged with a tale to tell. After all the suffering that the monkey have inflicted upon the children of Kruderak, after all the punishments we have inflicted upon this world, my heart remains troubled, knowing that we have only tempered our grudges for a time and have parted without bloodshed today. However, I dare not complain. For my kin, the hour of triumph has arrived at last. Once the master of flesh is no more, we can go to the edge of the stellar expanse, away from the gaze of the monkey, peacefully await the arrival of our kin from distant stars. What are you talking about, Sharon Kai? Hewlett stares intently on the warrior, eyes of the Aldari warrior, but his gaze remains steady and calm. Outcast Hewlett, I have some good news for you. Our forest here has managed to contact the children of Craftworld Elatar, and as soon as your fellow outcasts will visit the part of the galaxy that the monkey call the Expanse, they will take us away, give us a new home, and Sharon Kai pauses, his gaze on you, wondering if he should continue. That would adhere to the path of the warrior wishes to tell me. Were these words meant to comfort my heart? Hewlett's words ring with contempt and desperation. Oh, Assyrian, your children once again seek to appease their pride by sending their kin to monkey worlds, there to find nothing but blood and death. The Farseers mistake doomed Kruderak, Sharon Kai, and their excess cruelty and thirst for vengeance almost doomed those of us who managed to survive against all odds in the void between foreign stars. You know it just as well as I do, but you continue to do their bidding. Oh, Sharon Kai. You could take the Webway Gate and go away from the dangers and tribulations of the Expanse, but you've chosen to stay here instead. You are dying. You are feuding with the monkey. Have not the children of Assyrians spilt enough blood? Is it not enough that we have lost our home? Why do you wish to expose even more of your kin to mortal peril? Sure, kind of iron will falters under Hewlett's relentless pressure. It is too late to change anything. The deed is done, their will carried out. The outcasts from Elatok will come to the local stars and we will leave with them, sister. Our Fireseers paid an insurmountable price to contact a craft world located billions of stars away from here. Many of them perished to give the rest of us a chance to be rescued. And I will not jeopardize the lives of those who yet remain. Is that what worries you, Alantak? I may leave the Expanse one day, but the only thing you should be concerned about is to quell the wrath of my people. It would take the warriors of Elatok many years to discover the Webway Gate, capable of bringing their strike force to Expanse. Perhaps you will be too old by then, and only your deathbed will you hear the news. The children of Assyrian have come to exact their vengeance. Worry not, Alantak. It is my turn to rescue you and your people. Like a forgotten shadow, the solitaire steps into the light and leans forward with the interest of a spectator watching the culmination of an exciting performance. During my exile, I met many companions who temporarily joined me on my endless travels. One such companion was a fellow outcast who had already completed many paths. It was he who told me about the Ritual of Unity, a great opportunity for one spirit to reach out and touch the Infinity Circuit of the craftware known to the Farseers who perform it. Sharon Kai said that the Crudark Farseers have already contacted Elatok. This means I can too. Did the darkness of space drive you mad during your exile, sister? Sharon Kai recoils from Yirlia as if from scorching fame. Even those who walk the paths of the seer balk at joining souls with the ancestors inside the circuit. They are wise and know that the ritual is perilous to the spirit. Your chances of success are simply non-existent. You would die without achieving anything. And even if you did not die immediately, ask yourself honestly, why should the ancestors listen to a simple outcast? As you said, Elatok is a world of my fellow outcasts. They would not wish harm upon me, which gives wings to my hope. Look me in the eyes, Sharon Kai. Do you wish to end the suffering of our kin? I can see the answer in your heart. You must accept it and help me. Though Yirlet's words are addressed to her kinsman, she is watching your reaction closely. Lest the warriors of Elatok arrive in this part of the galaxy, the sons and daughters of Crudark will perish among the worlds of the Monkey. Is that the fate you wish for us? We will have to find another way. I understand that it is not easy for those who have lived all their lives sheltered with the craft world to accept that sometimes life leads us down different paths. But the path that you and the Farseers have chosen only leads to more pain. And I do appreciate Elatok. Yirlet nods and underscores her words with a familiar gesture of gratitude. I've done all I can, Sharon Kai. You know what you must do. The Solitaire does not intervene, but it shifts his gaze to Sharon Kai as if expecting to hear the last line of a play before the curtain falls. They assure and forgive his children. Sharon Kai sighs and gestures to a few of his warriors. Fetch the Farseers. Tell them the outcast wishes to perform the ritual. They will wait for them there. The strange energy that permeated the clearing where the paths of humans and Eldari happened to cross is gradually dissipating. All eyes turned to Yirliet, the Eldari who managed to survive the deadly ritual, and awoke looking pensive and enlightened. You survived. Ashurian showed you mercy, outcast, and so did our ancestors from the Elatok Infinity Circuit. Tell me, sister, what was their answer? I am tired of the Farseer's blindness, my kin's hatred, Sharon Kai. All of the choices of our people led only to the suffering and loss of our loved ones. I no longer wish to be an accomplice to another's hatred and pay for the mistakes of those who we were supposed to guide us towards the light, but who led us into oblivion. I convinced my kin to divert the river of their anger. The ranks of the outcasts will arrive in the expanse, unseen and unheard, but not for the sake of war. They will find and take away those who remain, the last sons and daughters of Crudark, and they will depart the Monkey Stars without a trace, forever. The angry Farseers try to eject, but Sharon Kai gently interrupts them. Your brothers and sisters will not dare ask you for more, Yirlia. Understand your choice, even if my spirit cannot fully accept it. After the matter of flesh has been dealt with, Sharon Kai sighs tiredly, a faint shadow of a smile gracing his face. We'll go home as soon as possible. If our paths cross again one day, we will begin our conversation by greeting one another. And not unsheathing our blade, Sharon Kai ponders something. Your time in this world is too short to hope for it. But I will remember our promise, Elatok. The Farseer could not divine where the Master of Flesh marks his lair, for an unknown force is hiding him from the penetrating gaze of the wise ones. The children of Assyrian have never encountered anything like this before. Having circled the world several times and failed in our search, we ventured to unleash our pent-up fury on the planet in the hope that we would be graced with a fortunate accident. Alas, the fate of the Master of Flesh remained unchanged. The Farseers could feel the beating of his black heart, but were too powerless to do anything. That was when our rangers began to deduce the coordinates of his lair based on the readings of the Wise One in the lands untouched by the fire weapons, and they would have succeeded had the Monkey not attacked our fleet. The Eldari device thumbs and a holograph projection of the world with several marked coordinates appear in his palm. I will share this information I've gathered, for I hope that even a master of flesh will not be able to elude two pursuers at once. Huh. Jack gives you a long and penetrating look. The gratitude of the children of Assyrian to your kind is a precious reward in itself, Alantak, but I've been observing your kind for a while now. As a gesture of goodwill, I suppose I should reward your labors in a fashion more customary among the monkey. He makes an elaborate gesture, and one of the Eldari hands you a parcel. This is my first and probably last gift to one of you, Alantak. May it serve you faithfully as it served the children of Assyrian. You will search the part of the world where the local star sets. You should go where the star awakens. Good hunting to you.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
It is interesting that they didn't just give me the option to kill Calligos. Like, nowhere in there was a, stab him. I need to find whatever one is Bastion. $3,030 just to get to the next rank. All right. Lord Captain, we found it. The door is so close I can practically feel its metal handle in my hand. The voices are whispering over each other in my both my ears. I can barely make out what they're saying. Please take me with you. They keep telling me I won't get another chance, and I believe them. Thank you, Lord Captain. I'll owe you until the day I die. You can hold me to that. Yep. Nearly, it's definitely coming to fight the homunculus. Explore Tervantius' refuge. A layer of ancient dust covered the walls, floor, and equipment.
Ah, damn it.
I rise above hardships. Let us walk this path to the end.
Oh, Captain, the voices are so noisy. The door must be around here.
I shall repent.
Watch your steps. Keep a sharp eye.
Just as he ordained.
The Emperor gave me a vision.
Blood is my life. Death is my duty. Just as I was taught.
I sense something nearby.
I do what I must.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Abelard, I've been meaning to ask, how are you keeping it together so well? Don't you ever feel awful without her?
Enough, Tlas. We have a duty to the new rogue trader. You would do well to focus on that. If you keep your mind busy, you will have less opportunity to fill it with awful things.
With each step,
Watch your
I
steps.
forge my destiny among the stars. I will drown you in your own screams.
Are you challenging me, Phil?
The Whispers told me a secret.
Actions will speak louder than words. And so shall it be done.
Yeah, quite a bit of stuff here. Ooh, Alpha Grotesque with the 1300 hit
As
points.
honor ordained. Trust me. Brings me no pleasure.
That solves that. Oh, I didn't know there was a path there.
You will pay an even greater price.
Caught by the web.
Yeah, good luck.
Let your soul be purged.
Kemorak! If it serves your cause. My exile has not ended yet. I move swiftly.
2
to
hit
strike.
points, huh?
This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. If I must. I approach the designated position.
Oh, and a Beta Grotesque.
Help me, Lord Captain!
Your form gives us the strength to carry on.
What's the matter with you? Why do you have no action point? Oh. Sorry. Brings her wrath up a little bit.
I shall not fail. The shadows will see it done. As honor caught by the web. Let the
Cabela,
blood of
kill
the
him.
wicked be shed as thou hast willed. Let your soul be purged. My blade whispers your name. Let your soul be purged. Death is a blessing. Trust me. The other side awaits. My blade whispers your name. As honor ordained. The shadows will see it done. Trust me. Caught by the web, my blade whispers your name. As the tenets demand. I shall not fail. Caught by the web. As honor ordains. Let your soul be purged. Caught by the web. My blade
Ooh, good
whispers
crit.
your name.
Oh, almost entirely.
Anything else?
Can't be over.
Was that you? Or...
No.
Emperor, give me strength.
I was like, I need to keep doing more stuff. There's more people to
If I
fight,
may.
and then I just saw there was only one.
Another fire painted black.
The burden of failure.
But, I miss you, Pascal.
I have learned much in my exile.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
What advice do you seek? This wound will make a fine scar.
Your technology is limited, but I am grateful.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Oh, the irony.
Justice be ordained.
Nadira stares intently at the solid wall in front of her, shifting from foot to foot, biting her nails. The wall looks like an ordinary plastium rockcrete surface, no different from any other in here. Lord Captain, this is it, the place from my vision. Even the scratches on the walls are the same, except for one thing. That's where the door is supposed to be, the one I keep opening in my dreams every night. I've seen this moment so many times it feels more real to me than I am. My visions couldn't have lied to you. Open a door that doesn't exist. Ha! The things you say sometimes, Lord Captain. Well, it wouldn't be the strangest thing we've ever done. Oh, what the warp. What have I got to lose? Here goes. Nadira steps closer to the wall and reaches out toward the non-existent door as if in a trance. She clenches her fingers up as gripping an invisible handle and slowly turns it. You hear a click. A violent ripple tears through the space around the wall. A cacophony of whispers make your skin crawl from head to toe like an unseen wave emanating from twisted, broken reality. Uneven rays of impossible, nauseating light break through the rockcrete, forming the silhouette of doorway. Eventually, the vision passes and you clearly see a door where a blank wall used to be. Nadira turns to you with a wide and somewhat deranged smile. Lord Captain, we found it. It's the door, exactly like the one of my visions, which means my salvation is close. Except, she frowns in concern, except it wasn't hidden by some force field contraption. It was a powerful warp barrier. I could never have removed something like that. It's likely our arrival is expected and now they're inviting us in. We best be ready. Somebody who knows their witchcraft is waiting inside. Well, you're not wrong. We've been through worse, haven't we? Thanks, Lord Captain. I won't let you down.
The Divine watches over us.
Alright, let's fix Nadira. And then we get Pascal back. And we never play with Nadira again. Unless she has another class mission. Or character mission.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
Keep a sharp eye. My success was inevitable.
Disfigured bodies hang all over this old maintenance bay like worthless slabs of meat for which the owner could find no better use.
None are
We
better
are
at
bound
searching.
by the blood of martyrs.
A trivial task.
My warp sight reveals something.
I need to look closer.
Too hard for a simple monkey.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
You see a contorted, angry Rakdal. More accurately, it's something that resembles one. Dozens of scars and sutures cover its face. The sight of its misaligned joints moving under its skin makes your stomach turn, and its singular eye looks devoid of sanity. And yet, as you examine the creature's tattered clothes, you can still recognize, albeit with some difficulty, the ceremony raiment of Farseer. At last, my deliverance. Monkey. The disgrace, the humiliation of falling at the hand of a lesser creature. Enough. The anticipation of this moment is all that has allowed me to retain a vestige of reason. End me now. Violet takes a quivering breath. Who are you? I do not recognize you, but your vestments. A child of our dead home. I do not remember you, but it gladdens me on the cusp of death to behold a spark of the Assurani. A hollow shell forced into servitude, every thread of my being calls out to me, urging me to claim your lives, only stopping by the fading remnants of my former self. Quickly, I demand that you give me my death and break the shackles of this nightmare. The Farseer's crooked fingers reach for his temples, and now you notice a sinister-looking device on his head. Translucent threads coil in strange, sickening pattern around the Eldari's temples, sinking into the skin of his face, neck, and clavicles. In the dim, cold light of the laboratory, the device resembles glistening carrion worms that are mercilessly drinking the Xenos mind dry. I think that's what we're here for. I can barely see this Xenos ore in the warp. Must be the work of that thing on his head. Cervantes' plaything. The Master used me by means of that which now entangles my mind and bends me and my powers to its will. I am the tool that conceals this lair from prying eyes with the energies of the veil. Had this monkey seer not heard my cries for help, he would never have found me. Derek was over in anguished paroxysm, his voice ringing like a stout string. My silent cries pierced the veil and sent visions of this prison beyond its walls. They carried with them all my dreams of deliverance and liberation. Oh, it's half-baked guff is killing me. What does this mean? It wasn't my own salvation I saw in my dreams. It was this half-dead Xenos deliverance. Come off it. Don't you buy any of this crap, Lord Captain. He's just trying to mess with our heads. I have no reason to lie to you, monkey. However, your beliefs are no matter. You are already here, which means I will finally die. It is too late. My mind is poisoned. My soul is marred. I do not know for what purpose you need this cursed machine monkey. But if your mind carries a shred of reason, then destroy it along with me. Not a chance, Xenos. That thing, that stifler. It will save my life. You're just weak. That's why you can't handle it. Naive child, you would condemn yourself to a fate of true horror. Hear me when I say there are things far worse than death. It hides the soul within the warp from the spawn of chaos without severing its connection to real space. And it slowly consumes the soul. Day after day the soul erodes and withers until nothing remains but emptiness. Is that right? You certainly talk a lot for someone who's supposed to be empty. Before all this, you might have never shut up. I spent aeons harnessing my gift. I guided an entire world. My gaze pierced the future, looking epochs ahead. Even I am at my limit, clinging desperately to the meager relics of what I once called my soul, just to speak another word. Who gave you the audacity to think you will fare any better? Let it be so. The Farseer rises from his knees in a jerking death. Like a broken marionette, takes steps towards you with glassy eyes. His frail fingers move as if tugged by invisible strings, and the mutilated bodies of the twisted creature in the tank start convulsing synchronously, frightening you as their eyes unblinkingly shift towards you.
Your words mean nothing to me. For I speak the language of retribution.
Witless monkey.
And so it shall be done. Actions will speak louder than words.
Cabela up and
Rejoice
running.
in service.
Trust me. Let your soul be purged, as the tenants demand.
A pitiful attempt.
Caught by the web. My blade whispers death is a blessing.
Actions.
My armor is contempt.
The shadows will see it done.
I'll return this favor tenfold.
I move as if unseen, I understand your intent. If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. This tedium is beneath me. I understand your intent.
I'll return this favor tenfold.
My reckoning will be swift!
Let your soul be purged.
Pay dear for your actions. I answer the call.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? At least
My exile has not ended yet!
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If it serves your cause. I am not your no weakness is hidden from my sight. Swift and silent.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
A pitiful attempt.
Will do. On it. But of course.
I will not fail the craft world.
The Undying One favors you. Accept his gift. A dance of blades and shadows. The Undying Emperor whispers his
See if she
will.
can kill him.
A pitiful attempt.
My blade whispers your name. Let your soul be purged. Come.
Perfect.
The other side awaits. I shall not fail. As honor ordains, death is a blessing. Trust me. My blade whispers your name, as honor ordains. I shall not.
I'll return this favor tenfold.
The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains. Trust me, my blade whispers your name. I shall not fail. Killing brings me no pleasure. As the tenor, the other side awaits. Trust me, killing brings me no pleasure. The shadows will see it done.
Alright, rewind time.
Death is a blessing.
While she's doing that, I'm going to be pouring myself another drink. And she's already gotten us so much resolve back that we can now do the other good version of her dance. But we won't.
Brace yourself, Avalon. Follow my lead. Victory is imminent. Indeed. I will do my duty.
We all walk our own path. I will join the ancestors. This is beyond me. And so shall it be done. Rejoice in service. I will not be deterred.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call.
If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. I deal death with my hands.
Pierre carefully pulls the threads of the stifler out of the Farseer's breathless body. The strange device glimmers ominously in her hand. It's difficult to tell in the dim light if the threads are moving on their own, or it is because her whole body is trembling. Terrified and confused, Idira looks at the device and then at the dead Ozari. That's Xenos, Ignatius. Did you see his eyes right before he attacked us? It's like there was no light left in them. It's all because of this thing. I don't want to die, but I don't want to live like that either. If it means I'll stop being myself, then what's the point? Yulette is warily observing Idira from underneath her lowered lids. You do not have to resort to a solution like this. There are other ways, my kind of other technology. Devices not designed purely to scourge the soul. Oh yeah, Red. I'm sure they do. And as soon as I visit your nearest and dearest, I'm sure they'll welcome me with open arms and spoil me with gifts. Look, Juliet, if you're not on great terms with them, then what chance do a monkey witch have? Yes, you're right. This crap isn't worth it. Time to accept the inevitable. I can introduce the fantasies of a nice long life all I like, but that's all there'll ever be. Fantasies. Pretty tales to tell over a glass of Amosec to make real life seem less shitty. The reality of the situation is ugly and merciless. I'm a psyker. My abilities are getting more out of the control by the day, which means I'll go out like any psyker should. It'll be ugly and merciless. Best I could hope for is that it'll be so fragging awesome and heroic that you'll be telling stories of it to your grandchildren for ages. Thank you for helping me realize this, Ignatius. I'm pretty sure we're done here, Lord Captain. Mind letting me know what you have some time once we're back on the ship? I want to talk a bit about plans for the future in private. Can we go now? I've still got a whole life to get on with.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
I'm at your service. Careful now. Let me help.
I must. Thank you.
Let's patch you up.
Even in the darkest moments, there is hope.
I fucked up to say that with her right there. Eldar Farseer Mesh.
I am your shadow.
What is it?
Put in an 8% dodge for 60% armor. Yeah, I'm actually okay with that. I'll protect her a little bit more those few chances she does get hit. Because she does! And it sucks when she does. She takes like all of her health when she does.
The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I?
Let us walk this path to the end.
The premonition runs true.
Regains plus 10 willpower and suffers minus 50% less war damage.
Whisper and be heard.
No suffering will make me forget his sacred words. Burn the heretic, kill the mutant, purge the unclean. The Divine watches over us!
Watch your steps.
Why is the UI change?
For the Emperor.
Play controls. Control F11. Okay.
I sense something nearby. I have learned much in my exile. My success was inevitable.
Know your duty.
Too hard for a simple monkey?
Big green soil to condensed solutions that Xenos use for growing clones. Still running down the walls of large, heavy glass capsules. It's our time to fight with them. Cervantius, the Arch Machinator. You're looking at several completely identical homunculi at work, a disturbing sight. The indistinguishable and familiar faces turn their attention towards you morosely and almost indifferently. One of the homunculi start to talk with all the usual arrogance. Specimen, we meet again. Your escape from Carmar was a statistical anomaly and an act of abject cowardice. You should have died in the Dark City instead of overstepping the limits of your own usefulness. You caused too much commotion. The monster falls silent. Very perceptible electrical charges run through the homunculi bodies. The one who spoke continues. So you're here. Now what? Are you going to bore me with your questions, monkey? There, the colors. Horrible, frightening, tattered shades. Only a madman could do something like that to himself. You. I've been praying for my thread to cross your loathsome path. Today you will die as many times as you made me die. The homunculi are twitching slightly as though from invisible electric impulses. They look virtually identical, yet each one seems to be missing something. A limb, an implant, even a facial feature or two. The single gaze of the many faces no longer seems so full of haughty superiority only. Some kind of shared defect also shows in it. You're the Controller's foot, but cannot see who's talking to you. Bound, don't you mean made? I've had a backup shell stored away for centuries, but the events at the spire of the Reaving Tempest convinced me in one act the body was not alive. You're different from others of your species, specimen. This time around, I want to study you much, and I mean much, more thoroughly, which necessitates your death. I hope dying once isn't enough for you either.
Xenocide is its own reward.
You'll suffer exquisitely.
Alright, this is starting to bother me. Already gone from UI. Great. Really, just relaunching is the fix. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and do that real quick, because this is really bothering me not being able to see the information of what's going on here. Much better. Alright.
I won't suffer this. Actions will speak louder than words. And so shall it be done. The Emperor commands.
I am your blade and shield. As honor ordains. As the tenets demand. I shall not fail. My blade whispers your name.
Let them tremble. Nobody escapes us.
If I must. If it serves your cause. I understand your intent.
Ancestors, guide me!
A weakened one.
You are mine now. You are mine now.
Let your soul be purged. Caught by the web.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Silent thresh.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If I must. I
You
am
got
not
this.
your Xenos pet, monkey.
Or not. Try it again.
My heart sings with the thrill of battle. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Heart out for this. I am a prey taker.
Let your soul be purged.
Your suffering will sustain me. Horror awaits. Nobody escapes us.
Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp. is your name. Let your soul be purged. Brings me no pleasure. Caught by the web. Let your soul be purged. Death is a blessing.
That's not quite where I wanted to go, but alright.
The shadows will see it done. Caught by the web.
I think I found the real one.
Let your soul be purged,
Strike.
as honor ordains. As the tenets demand. Trust me. My blade whispers your name. I shall not fail. Caught by the web. Come, the other side awaits.
Reduce the amount of people in the turn order.
Let your soul be purged. Death is a blessing.
Victory is reduced to dust. Indeed. At your beck and call. It will be done. Victory is imminent.
What a pleasure.
Anything else?
Was that you? Or...
Will do. My prescience has failed me.
And so it shall your corrupt way has failed. I will not be deterred. Actions will speak louder than words. The Emperor commands.
High momentum.
On it. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Rejoice in service!
If it serves your cause, I hear you moving. No more.
If I may. Isn't this a job for the now you're clad in scarlet? I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
And so shall it be done.
Alright.
Will do. Anything else? But of course.
The shadows will see it done. As the tenets demand. As honor ordains. Trust me. As honor. My blade whispers your name. Caught by the web.
Feel her foul breath. Suffering will sustain me.
My place is at the fore. I took care of this one.
Ooh, you sure did.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Restores wounds, removes bleeding, burning toxin, heals one trauma and all traumas without skill and all injuries. Okay. Started to return the wearer recovers wounds equal to the number of bleeding creatures. If at least wound was recovered that way, one fresh injury is removed as well. Whenever the wearer uses an attack that is of a different type than the previous attack, they gain momentum. Space around the hollow is littered with lumps of broken rock. A feeble breeze blows through the ugly hole in the ceiling, stirring up whirlwinds of stone dust at your feet. Through the piled up rocks, dirt, and thick dust, you are able to make out parts of fixtures that were ripped out of their sockets and thrown to the floor. Parts like these are used for fastening industrial girders in place at large manufactorums around the Imperium. You study the edge of the breach carefully, reflect for a few minutes, and conclude that the hole in the lab ceiling was created by several powerful targeted explosions. At some more time, you note the characteristic marks of debris in the walls. The ceiling was breached using melted charges. The Sishal looks around frowning. I don't understand. Your current machinery and their toys seem out of place with these walls. They seem positively alien, in fact. These walls... Why, this is the standard architecture of an Imperium bunker. Why would a Xenos conduct their business in a place like this? My kin were unable to find this place. The Dark Ones would hardly have been content with a single trophy, even one as great as this. No, this was done crudely and quickly, behavior more typical of Monkey. This world belongs to House Winterscale, but I refuse to believe his lordship would ever collaborate with Xenos. Dark red and brownish green would envelop his figure every time the subject of hunting the enemies of humanity was brought up. He despised them, hated them. That doesn't mean he wasn't willing to make a deal with them.
Let the faith guide my path to glory!
Data slate is dented, its screen displaying flickering colored stripes. The readable parts are twitchy. Numerous prior studies pursued to the goal of breaking new ground and reviving the specimen in the event of its death. The above-mentioned experiment laid the groundwork for modernizing and accelerating the recreating of living organism from a minuscule sample of bones or muscle tissue. Every variety of living organism has been observed to release a number of chemicals at the moment of death that enable the creation of an entirely identical clone with intact memory of its life up to and including the moment of death, most vividly detailed as to both physical sensations and emotional distress. As mentioned before, even a tiny modicum of bone or muscle tissue is enough for reviving, or creating an organism is an adequate lab setup. Bear in mind that work on creating the new body must begin before the third stage of decomposition has set in. So is he working on like some sort of clone immortality for Calligos, which is why he doesn't care about the Inquisitors? Because he knows even if they somehow kill him, he'll become functionally immortal.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Unexpected result.
Harlequins are frightening creatures. I cannot discern their true hues in the motley jumble of their colors. It is as if their whole existence is one drawn-out joke.
Lady Cassia, please return to the present. It is not right that a young lady should agonize over such dark...
The starborn sky held of the eagle god, heart prayers of your servants sent to you through the myriad of forests of plates of timber. The nightmare has become real. The darkness leaves the forest, but telling light of thy dying star can still be saved. The heart of the forest calls out for you. As soon as the priest's voice stops, your entire body arcs with a crack as if electrocuted. You are standing on the tips of your toes, standing at crimson sky at dusk has been turned into an ocean of spilled blood. Its still surface is broken by a hand with fingers covered in rings, and Calligos emerges from the depths only to take a single breath and disappear once more into the blood. It happens again and again and again until he finally notices you. He throws his hands and reaches for you. He reaches out. The illusion fades away, leaving only a splitting headache in its wake. He is gone. An unclean and painful end, I can hear it. On the other side of that box, only evil and unrighteous death remains. Ah! Adira dug her nails into her face, purple sparks gleaming at the ends of her hair. The dust sun has reached the treetops, and the crimson heart has struck its last beat. The dying stars have no left. I can barely understand speech with this monkey, but one thing is clear, their settlement needs help. I care little about the woes of these primitive creatures. I'm simply paying reparation for the pain that my kin have brought upon their world. By the throne's radiance, those psychers certainly love speaking riddles, and now we're supposed to go herring off and making guesses about what has happened. Still, his tone made it clear that it is nothing good, and I fear that it is already too late. rotten feeling, I dare say.
Let us walk this path to the end.
He is. Blood for the rogue trader's throne, skulls for the skull god. Calligos? Calligos Winterscale laughs uncontrollably, looking around the blood-sucked village. His eyes are full of rage as if absolute insanity has possessed him. Wharton the Grey seems hypnotized by his master's words, his bloodshot eyes alight with a slow-growing flame, unnatural, frightening, demonic. The remaining members of Winterscale's retinue have dispersed around the village's center. The navigator apathetically observes the massacre from a distance, the tech priest overly fascinated with assembling and disassembling her own leg augmentics, and the slythe mercenaries raising the village, the least satisfied. Only Calligos' new psyker, speak with gods, is nowhere to be seen. Cabela's eyes quickly take in the mutilated corpse, absorbing every gory detail. Sacrilege. This was more than just a massacre. It was an offering to one's own thirst. The one who did this was not trying to honor the Undying One, but rather someone else. Something else. Callis turns around and gives you the broadest of smiles. Ah, Ignatius, how was your hunt? You convinced me to stop burning the Xenos new blood, but thirst and melancholy got to the better of me sooner than I anticipated. I grew bored, and those worthless peasants squealed so miserably that I wanted to strangle them more and more and more. The monkey killed his own kid because he could not kill mine. I did not wish for it to end this way, Lontok. What are you saying, New Blood? Have the Xenos out of your mind in so short a time? Didn't Theodore explain to you that in the Expanse, baseless accusations went out of style a good 100 years ago? His palette is mixed in a very strange way. The red completely covers his eyes, but everything around him glows gold and silver. I think that his Lord Calligos Winterscale simply does not see the true colors of his deeds. Calligos clicks his teeth and bursts into a fit of laughter, but then he quickly calms down. Testing the boundaries, are we, Ignatius? I like your boldness, but you should stick your head so far into the beast ship. Beast throat. I am the rogue trader, warrior of the god embrace, and the great ruler of my dynasty. They should tremble in the face of their master's power. But not out of fear, no, out of reverence. Winterscale grants us retinue, but it is not enough to dispel the oppressive silence. The tech priest bows her head until her face is completely obscured by her hood. The navigator nods curtly and quickly averts his eyes, and the slith is licking a fresh wound that may have been inflicted by a power axe. What's the matter? Am I truly so terrifying that you cannot even look at me? Where is that ridiculous psyker? At least he knows how to honor his master with words. Old man! The unit that identified itself as Speaks with God has been annihilated, Lord Captain. You personally conducted the execution. Your reasoning was, I quote, Calligos' voice emerges from the text priest, intricate systems and cables and speakers. You think I need saving, old man? You say you can see the future. Well, did you foresee this? The buzzing of a power axe is blunted by human flesh, followed by a cry, a gargle, and the dull sound of a body falling to the ground. Bloody pile of scrap, I will tear off your mechadendrites and stuff them down your throat. I don't remember anything like that. Calligos shutting his eye and grips his head in confusion. What nonsense are you speaking, New Blood? Adric died at the hands of the Xenos who attacked our camp at night. And the Calligos is a skillful liar, you truly cannot remember what happened. Glinting as if struck by a whip, Winterscale stares at the village with the look of someone who is seeing it for the first time. Confusion and unease creeps into his gaze. What happened here? Who dared? The realization forms the loom on his face. No. I surely couldn't have, or... My body and soul were meant to belong to the God Emperor, but I have failed him. Seems that Arisis Incendia was right after all. This is your last chance, Calligos. Cleave this upstart in two with the axe that I blessed for you. Skin him and bathe in his blood. We will forget everything and continue on our journey, to hunt and to kill. This is the way you prefer to drown out your loneliness and boredom, is it not? This is all you're doing. You wretched cur. Calligos swings his axe at the arch-militant, but he evades a mortal blow with the grace of a viper. I show you mercy, and you've been corrupting my soul this entire time, forcing me. No one forced you, Calligos. I merely enabled your desire, fostered it, made your crimson rage blossom. You suspected, yet your own pride stopped you from recognizing your weakness. Orton's speech becomes more and more distorted with each word, and a thought swells in the back of your mind. You wish to kill him, tear him apart, here and now. Weak, worthless fool. I've spent so many years growing this rage around inside you, and still you resist. Do you think you could refuse the blessing of this gold god at the last moment? Well, one way or another, he will claim you all. Wharton's flesh bursts, and the last thing you notice is his hateful gaze turned towards you. Good fight. Calligos Winterscale lies on the ground, staring into the endless sky of Quates of Temur. His pelvis is twisted unnaturally. His legs are not moving. An exposed bone shard protrudes from his right arm. Blood streams down his chin as a thin rivulet with no sign of stopping. It was a good fight, New Blood. For the first time, Calligos Winterscale's voice is calm and humble. You there, holy assassin, care to do something for me? It's nothing new to you. No. You have corrupted too much of your heart to plead for a swift death. You're too badly wounded to survive without immediate aid. Lie here and die like an animal. Seems that you may be correct. Calligos does not look down, dismayed by the words of the scientist. After all, I can't even feel anything below the chest, aside from an overwhelming feeling of helplessness, of course. I will remain here with what's left of my escort and wait for help. You should go. There are still so many undiscovered stars and unknown worlds out there. There's no need, but you're still concerned about an old man's health. I shan't stop you. Oh, we leveled up again.
Heresy grows from idleness.
Easy clap. I was right. He did have an accident. So she does 200, she does an additional 20. It might be the difference between killing something and not. Alright.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Nameless star. Where does Adira hang out? She hangs out a little bit further back here.
My apologies. 19% of my processing power is engaged in the analysis of my tech comrade's memory. My response time may be longer than usual. The data is scarce. His identification code is the same as mine, and his memory contains data confirming that the assassination did take place. Unfortunately, some of his memory was damaged by pulses broadcast by his battle harness. I can assert with some confidence that he was who he claimed to be, and that he served the Deus Mechanicus earnestly and eagerly. I was not knowledgeable as to how popular Blessed Almanad's teaching was in exploratory circles. The Cognizant's fleet is massive. His ideas might have found a larger following on its periphery than in the Mother Squadron. I will continue my research into the Blessed Martyr's memory with all due reverence. May your labor...
Ilantak, I trust your journeys were fruitful. What do you wish to talk about? It feels like I am in the belly of a bird with steel wings. Cold and unliving. The words of truth.
Domin. Maybe a...
Ah, there she is. The tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, the deer turns her head toward you and offers you a crooked smile even as her eyes look right through you.
Never been better, Lord Captain. No joke. As soon as I stopped fearing for my life, even the voices in my head quieted down. But don't get me wrong, they will come back. And one day I'll find myself in a situation I can't get out of. But for now, I'm fine. And it's all thanks to you. You know, I think it's pretty ironic that my gift lets me see the future, when thinking about the future is the thing I'll do anything to avoid. Substances of all kinds, jokes, stories about their good old days. I hide under them all like a blanket. As long as I don't poke my head out, everything will be okay. At least, that's what I thought. But I'm tired of living other people's stories. I want to tell my own. I don't know when or how mine will come to an end, but I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that somebody someday tells at least one decent story about Adira Tlass. And I can't think of a better way to do that than by standing shoulder to shoulder with you. Then what are we waiting for? Get a scribe in here! We need to get all this down before we forget. But we have to make me more heroic and powerful so that I come out looking the best next to your other companions. What do you reckon? How many wastrels have we slaughtered? 1 million? Stuff that. Let's make it 2.
I mean,
of course.
It's pretty close.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Guys, I did it. Are you proud of me?
Know your duty. The Divine watches over us.
Here while that's loading up. Just double check that everything's going well on either sides there. Okay.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
No.
Let the faith guide my path to glory. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Alright. I thought there might be something with Calligos' body, but I was wrong, and then I got lost, and then lots happened.
Let us walk this path to the end.
But Calligos died of chaos corruption, technically, and Cordia died in a bar fight. Sad times. Our captain, the Astropost, reporting a new message. It says Lord Calcazar is sending his regards to your lordship and is hoping to meet you in his palace at Footfall. As you wish, Lord Captain. It's time to start the next part of this chapter.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Hungry blue horrors.
Emperor's faithful and tremble. Rejoice in service. And so it shall be done. Rejoice in service.
Brings me no pleasure. Trust me. Let your soul be purged. I shall not. As honor ordains.
I can't allow myself to do this.
I am not your sin. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
As the tenets demand. The shadow. As honor ordains. Let your soul be come. The other side awaits. I shall not.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. If I may. That is foolishness. The fury of House Orcelio!
My vow is to find and raise you, machine spirit. Ability analysis successful. My competences are not that universal. I liberate you, machine spirit.
Is that ability?
Know your duty.
Like, what? Are energy hungry or something? But it was absorbing all the last shots.
The Divine watches
Watches
over
over
us.
us. There, I'm the only rogue trader left. No other things to report here. Lord Inquisitor is engrossed in studying the star system charts and reports, which are amassed on a desk like the ridges of a formidable mountain range. There are shadows beneath his eyes which are ruthlessly dissecting the latest report, and his skin seems stretched taut over the bones of his skull. Without turning his head to you, Calligos says wearily, "Greetings, your lordship. Your timing is impeccable." An aged servant with the bearing of a veteran approaches to view, and in precise movement he replaces the untouched cup of cold recap in front of the Lord Inquisitor with a new one, slightly steaming. The corners of Calligos' mouth creep upward, and in a befittingly grave tone he replies, "I would be loath to trouble our master with a prayer for such an indulgence, especially so one utterly inappropriate at this fraught time." Lady Navigator Cassia Tisifia Evriala. The Lord Inquisitor lips curves into this as he catches a glimpse of scarlet eyes. "I hear that Horus Orcelio is going through a difficult time. Change is coming. I sincerely hope it is for the better." "Your colors, Lord Inquisitor, are as rich as they are multifaceted. I've never encountered anything like it before. Unclouded hues flowing from one to the next. Amazing harmony. Amazing and frightening." Cassia raises her chin and nods demurely. That a man of such status and talent has taken interest in the well being of a Navis Noblate house is a great honor. A dead cultist of the rogue trader's personal bodyguard, the Lord Inquisitor gazed at Camilla intently. "I am curious, do you still adhere firmly to your cult's dogma, or has your loyalty to your master outgrown your faith? My loyalty to the Dominant steps from the Undying One's will, such as the thread is in his blade until his whisper bids it to spin a different one." The cult of the Final Dawn and Drukhari Raiders are vying with each other to see who could cause us the greatest turmoil. I mobilize all the forces I can to repel the attacks, which is why we are still alive. Combined militia brigades are hunting Razinos and guarding convoys, and expeditionary platoons under my command are crushing heretic rebellions. The situation is unstable, but I will not pretend that I was prepared for this crisis. However, we have not lost our footing yet. Prisoner interrogations indicate that a relatively major political upheaval has taken place at Kamran. The cabal of the Reaping Tempest has lost its grip on authority and became a target for enemies and rivals. Many vassals and members of the cabal decided that fleeing to real space was preferable to waiting in Kamran to be killed. The warp is raging. The baleful sign always portends change, and crisis beget desperation, the most fertile ground for heresy. I believe the arch-enemy's servants think their time has come, or perhaps this day was marked in their profane scripture as the date of the end of existence. I will not trouble myself with further attempts to make sense of their blasphemous doctrine. They are sent on destroying us all, so they must be destroyed. I see no need to get bogged down in the details to praise you of all the information I currently possess would require more time than we have. You escaped from the Dark City, a feat that few have accomplished. Truly, I congratulate you on an excellent performance. I won't even mar your triumph by telling you that the Inquisition will, of course, be watching you very closely henceforth. I sincerely hope that your grand escape was not part of the Xenos' devious machinations. And I am surprised that the Xenos is still alive. What is it, your lordship? Sentimentality? Revenge? Cold calculation? If you do not finish her off yourself, send word when you have tired of her. My acolytes will only be too eager to learn her secrets. Clenching your jaw to the point of flame, Yerla hisses Eldari curses on their breath but retreats half a step. I have looked into the eyes of death, and of creatures far more dangerous than you, monkey. Do not try to frighten me. His lordship deemed it more important to show off his stubbornness than to safeguard the interests of the expanse. Stupidity of the most burdensome kind. But my sources inform me that he nevertheless has joined my efforts against the Xenos, so I decided to stay in his sanctions for a time. How curious. When it is all over, I will certainly call you as a witness at Calligos' trial. Together we will decide how best to handle him while ensuring the safety of the expanse. Naturally, her ladyship has done me invaluable service by taking on the task of instilling order on the station. Though her style of leadership seems unnecessarily brutal to me, on the whole her actions have not exceeded the bounds I set. As I understand, this was a private confrontation between two rogue traders, yes? As such, I hope your house will reach a reconciliation with her ladyship's heir. You have not hindered my plans. Lady Incendia purged footfall sufficiently that I was not distracted by the need to pacify it. Crusher, if you please. The Inquisitor nods furiously at the survey. Drossel can remote control post pocket. All sounds whose source are more than 3 meters away fade to nothing. He has a cone of silence. To my chagrin, the ability to be in 2 places at once does not number my talents. This is why I wish for you to serve in my stead. I place such trust in very few people, you understand. You will feel what it is to walk in my shoes and attempt to compel a gaggle, quarrelsome blockheads to work together. You will reconquer Euphrates II for me. The Inquisitor gestures to the servant that shines to feel dismisses. Crusher, not a request. This one has gone cold. Mischka dresses have clear recognized the name Calligos just uttered. Avalard's stuff was a grunt of displeasure. Sputtering peach for your ears only, you will reconquer Euphrates II for me. The esteemed Lord Inquisitor has done away with all pretense of politeness now. His orders no longer come with even the veneer of a request. To whom else could I entrust this mission? No need to feign ignorance, Von Valentis. We both know the shortcomings of the other candidates for this position. At present, in the expense, there are only 2 people with a perspective and steady hand required to control this situation. They are both standing in this room. So, if you will, dispense with the humble rogue trader act and win this war for me. Sacred world of the Adeptus Mechanicus, off limits to lay people. I am one of the few who do not worship the Omnicide that set foot on its surface. Or rather, I was. Now it is crawling with unbelievers. The despicable word-bearers attacked and captured Euphrates II, and the code of the Final Dawn brought an entire horde of heretics to the planet. Registering a Sanctity Alpha priority mission, the scourge of corrupted misbelievers reigning over blessed worship fills the Omnicide faithful with anguish. Activating auto-asceticism protocol. I offer prayer for the liberation of the sacred world. From Rini Pascal's crimson robe comes the sound of mechanisms working for life, and dark bloodstains streak across the fabric. I sent my troops to aid the exploratory forces laying siege to the world, but a rift occurred among the commanders. They need an authoritative general, and you are perfect to the role. My confidence is not misplaced, I trust. You will be given the details when you arrive in orbit around Euphrates. I never doubted you, your lordship. The Emperor protects. Kakazar nods at the paper that Sir has deferentially delivered to the table. This document attests to the extraordinary powers you now have at your disposal. I am counting on your success.
With each step, I forge my
Let's boogie.
destiny among the stars.
We did go to Euphrates too, but it was literally like, we're in a standstill and we don't trust you, go away. So I figured this was the next part of that. Which is good, because that place was pretty annoying to get to, if I remember correctly. I had to chart a map to it. Also, he was much less mad about the whole killing of 2 rogue traders than I thought he was going to be. Missionaries. And so we found the place that does Bastion. In order to do it, we must do missionaries. Maybe when we rescue this place, it'll fall under our control. Can I just tell them to let me do it myself? Lord Captain, in the United Corps of the Explorers and Militia Force is ready to attack the heretics who took over Euphrates II. The command recognizes the Lord Inquisitor's sanction and agreed to cede the right of supreme command to you. They ask that you summon a council of war in order to establish a plan of attack. Should we proceed? Consider it done, your lordship. I will notify the commanders that you are ready to meet with them. An angel. The leader of the Explorator warriors appears on the bridge, and the deck trembles beneath his metal gate. He has acquired a new set of fearsome armor since the two of you last met, and his mechadendrites are now fitted with more formidable weapons of destruction. Give me 1 second here. Unit Opticon 22 initiating identification and official greeting procedure. Unlocking the option of a strategic data exchange. The Emperor's angel who follows in his wake is clad in armor the color of a tempestuous ocean. Which one of you, Huskarl, is Ignatius? I am Thorvald Arenheim and wish to see the mortal who has been granted the honor of leading my pack in the battle. Thorvald takes the measure of you and nods in satisfaction. I know the habits of a warrior when I see one. You are no indolent Hyok. Good. I give my approval. We will hunt the baseboard heretics together. You have not changed, Brother Thorvald. High-handed and brazen without measure, you carry yourself on another Drekker's like it's your own. The wolf bursts into booming laughter and bares his long fangs. Such is the breed of leaders, Ufar. We stand out. 'Tis you, ever lost, who cannot find his way when the sun is right over his head. Another explosion of Thorvald's boisterous laughter draws out Ulfar's stifled yet furious string of curses. The command portion hierarchy status update was executed following the death, decommission, deconstruction of the ship Teeth of the Wrathgear. The fleet's war conclave was operating aboard that vessel. Unit Opticon 22 received premature rank promotion modernization of Magos Dominus based on his extensive catalog of recorded combat engagement. May your service benefit from the updated protocols that were bestowed upon you and the new analytical data that was entrusted to your elucidation. May the Omnicide Guide operate this unit and his cause mission algorithm of service to him. What good is another war council with a cock priest who knows not the joys of battle, who cut off his parts and replace them with augments to please his all-knowing master? He will propose again a cowardly plan of unworthy warriors as is the custom of his brethren. Registering a display of impertinence, data insufficiency in regard to the military craft and eradication methods of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Are you gonna fight or are you gonna kiss? Oh, somebody else is joining. Are you having another fight, gentlemen? How predictable. A woman in heavy armor walks onto the bridge, cloaked in an air of superiority. You remember seeing her before. The retinue of Savior Calcazar when he barged into your chambers after your Magna Accessia. Thank you for now starting without me. Acolyte Ishara, dispatched by the Lord Inquisitor, to facilitate the operation of Euphrates II. My role in this work council is that of an advisor. Heinrichs and Ishara exchange glances, but do not say a word. You cannot help but notice the furrow that forms on Interrogator's forehead at the sight of his colleague. So shall we begin our war council, or shall we wait for heretics to corrupt this planet completely? Euphrates II is a horde world. Manufactorums and extractiomes take up most of its surface. Upon corrupting them, disrupting their production algorithm, the heretics enhance the range of possessed mechanisms of most effective traders. Guitari's protocols were disfigured with indoctrinating scrap code. Our forces have secured minor footholds on the surface, but are unable to deliver an effective blow to the headquarters operation center of the Profaners and the Machine Cathedral at the heart of Manufactorum Sigma S13. According to the available data, it is the current location of the Arch-Heretic termination target, the Dark Apostle, or Urulon the Cruel. We may outnumber the enemy, but ours is a poor warband. All it has is steel carrows of the Omniscience, saintly trained serfs for across the expanse, while our foes are detestable but nevertheless deadly putrid-hearted traitors from the ranks of the Wordbearers, and their vessels protect the Machine Cathedral from orbit. I would rain down vengeful skies upon the enemy. I would plow the lands of Euphrates II with shells, shatter defenses, level the fortified towers, stir their hosts into disarray. In that whirlwind of fury, I would lead my glorious pack to pave a path of blood for the cog Carls. Our strategic analysis points towards a full-scale offensive as the optimal course of action. The losses among the troops and significant personnel laity will be numerous, but will not exceed acceptable parameters. Replenishing such losses will be less arduous than repairing the damage that may otherwise come to the Manufactorum. Choose your strategy wisely. It is not every day you get to heed the advice of a seasoned warrior, one chosen by the Allfighter herself to bring death to the foes of the humanity. First step is obvious. We will eliminate the machine orbital support, but what planetary assault strike we choose following the destruction of the enemy void fleet? Your plan bores me. This is not the Space Wolves' way of war, but such cowardly strategies are a limit of the omniscience cockerel, so you have my approval. My pack will do all that is asked of it, and stand at the vanguard of the assault until we meet on the field of battle, Ignatius. And I say the same to you, Ulfar Everlost. 'Tis a pity your pack would not share this glorious victory with us. That boastful Gristle talks too much about my pack. He knows where my brothers are, I can smell it. Before we dive into the carnage, summon him to your ship and let me question him. Wish to hear what he knows, for I see he has not lost his blathering tongue to the heretics. Strategy confirmed as optimal. Updating this Guittari tactical program, transmitting this unit's general blessing authorization for offensive action. The Lord Inquisitor will be alerted at the news that some semblance of order was established in the command. I wish you luck, Rogue Trader.
They mean nothing to me. They're just words. A whisper, so quiet I barely caught it. Like a feather landing on a pile of down. Something about damned ambitions, antiquity, terrible antiquity, and chance. Chance through it all.
Sorry about that. Just saw some messages came through and want to make sure I read them.
Oh, now I have a headache. And the stupid bloody whisper wasn't much help. Of course.
Where does he stay on this ship? There he is.
Broke free the bold from captors grasping. Dark cities, feeble dungeons, eternally disgracing. Flows now this saga in the hall of glorious feasting, where all extol the wolf mighty and the yet fatter cunning. I hope you're not going to put off the feast. Our escape demands a grand celebration. I thank you, Et Vater.
Et Vater. Thorvald Ironhide is here. Why have you summoned me, rogue trader? Speaks to me. Ulfar's usual brash joviality has evaporated from his voice. Know ye, Thorvald, whether the path of battle has led my pack to baleful Hal? You haven't lost your pack, have you ever lost? The young wolf's voice is strong and insolent and richly melodic. He tilts his head in mocking concern, watching Ulfar's complaint change to match the violent shade of their hair. You do not know? I'm not surprised. Brother Ulfar does not care for the moniker. He has had it since his early years in the chapter. When Ulfar underwent his trial to couple Wolfen, he took so much longer than the others that the rune priest gave him up for lost. Later, he received grievous wounds and raids that sent him into stasis sleep for a long time. Anytime we would pay a visit to the baleful Hal, we would ask, "Where is Brother Ulfar?" And he was always resting. And recently, he went missing altogether, lost after an attack on Xenos. And forget not to tell of the dire curse that of yore was laid upon the mighty Ulfar. No good death for him is fated, only to one day be lost, bereft of glory and honor. Any who crosses his path, let him regale him gladly. That proud warrior, Halbrand Bretherskite, singer of rumors and fine tattler of tall tales, for he has glimpsed no worthy deeds in his short life. Feasting with the Allfather in the Hall of Heroes, I reckon, with Miod filling their horns to the brim as valor and loyalty did fill their hearts. Lies. Did you see their bodies? Which of the brothers will avow the truth of these words? Ironhide never lies. The young wolves aren't cussed through the air like the axing reports at Ulfar. And you, Everlost, watch your tongue unless you want a dagger to deliver a penance of eternal silence upon you. No, we did not see their bodies, but we heard their ranting and raving, which can only lead to the jaws of Mordkai. In the battle in which you, Everlost, Arnulf, and Sakiati Skyadi were captured by the Xenos, the Baleful Hell took prisoners of their own. Under torture, the Captain Xenos gave up the star corners of where they were to go next. Some important meaning, it seems. The place was far away, deep in the uncharted regions where the servants of the Allfather never ventured, and your brothers decided to go there. No navigator would dare lead them to those dark places, so your brothers seized the trading void and voyaged there without a helmsman. So you abandoned them to their grueling march. Lower your hackles. I urge them not to throw away their lives in vain. Nothing but death could await them among those malevolent stars. We all came here to solve the Allfire and repay our blood debt, not to die for naught. I will not test our friendship, Aid Fatir. I know that if I call upon you to go with me in search of my pack, I will take you away from some important battles in the saving of your home. So I will go alone to seek my brothers, but I will not abandon you in our hour of need. I owe you. When we have defeated your enemies, I will leave you and follow the trail. That trail is bloody and has long since gone cold, Brother Ulfar. There is no need to add another body to its tally. As the leader of the Stormbinders, I call you to our pack. Be a brother to us now. Ulfar gave the peaceably smiling Thorvald a penetrating look, his face darkened, his voice dropping low to a bestial snarl. Have you lost your mind, Thorvald? Perhaps it is you who has lost your mind if you are daring to speak so insolently to Ironhide. Halbrand's insinuating tone is dripping with such menace that even the drawing of a sword could not have made his threat any clearer. Give you disgruntled low, Thorvald sternly cuts you off. When it concerns Wolf Marlowe, Halbrand will speak it if he wishes. Do not forget that we are chosen warriors of Wolf-Blooded Rooktrade. Treat us like servants at your peril. Stop there, Thorvald. This mortal rescued me from captivity and proved his valor. I will not stand here and allow him to be disrespected. So you hold this mortal above your brothers. Being without a pack has turned you feral and stupid, Everlost. He is our brother. He should not be left to wander the galaxy in the company of ordinary mortals or alone. Wolves are like sharp knives. We turn ourselves against each other, and without brothers, Ulfar will grow grow dull. Be with us, Ulfar. We will take you in. Go to hell, Thorvald. They'll take you in there. Stay out of Wolf business, Rook Trader. I will not reveal the coordinates of the place to which your brothers traveled. Respect your alpha, Ulfar. That is in order. You are too quick to call yourself my leader, Thorvald. Go and bark commands at your pups. Who are you calling a pup, Everlost? Unlike your pathetic pack, we will soon go into battle and accomplish great deeds, but you, coward that you are, want to shirk your duty. A harsh shout drowns out the two wolves who are ready to lunge at one another. Quiet, both of you. Have you forgotten where you are? Home gain can only take place on solid ground, not on a boat. The void and the warp are treacherous, and unfit to host a duel of the worthy. But secondly, I am your superior, Ulfar, and so I am not asking, but ordering you to back up your chest beating with deeds. If the baleful hack pack is alive as you say, let it march with Stormbinders in the assault on Euphrates II. Let it display the valor of all the stories told. Will you stand alone for all of your brothers, or have you gone soft? The wolf leader's tone may be threatening, but he notices a sly glint in his eye. Ulfar, on the other hand, is growling furiously, with no matching twinkle in his gaze. We will see about that. I will prove that the Stormbinders will never be a match for the baleful Hound. Aid Fatir, I must be at your side when you depart for the assault. Promise that you will grant me this honor. Yeah, sure, come on. If you prove that your words carry more weight than a battle axe, I will tell you where your brothers went. If you fail, you will submit. I won't. I can't let him leave a homie out like that. The rogue trader ship took its place in the center of the attack formation. The right flank was guarded by the sacred combat vessels of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and the left consisted of combined forces gathered by the Lord Inquisitor, headed by the frigate of the indomitable Space Wolves. The enemy deployed their ships in a wide arc in an attempt to surround the squadron, but the heretics' plan was not meant to be. Thorvald and Opticon 22 sent their detachments forward, tying up the enemy in combat, presenting Lord Captain with the chance to deliver a blow to the very heart of the enemy position, where the flagship of these traitors to humanity awaited their final hour. Let's do it!
Today we claim victory or die trying.
Flap on the Sticks heavy cruiser. Oh, that's a big boy.
Lock on and launch! Set course with all haste. Deliver their demands. Unleash the power of our lance batteries. Full ahead.
Bye-bye, frigate.
Unleash a barrage of destruction. Set course with all haste. Deliver their demise. Bring doom to our enemies.
Broke through the shields on that side.
Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates. Deliver their demise! Unleash the power of our lance batteries. Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany.
No, I didn't want to do that.
Full speed ahead. destruction upon our enemies.
Oh, fuck. Oh, come on, so close. Maybe torpedoes would be a good first start. And also not losing the frigate right off the bat would also be helpful.
We have a destination to reach. Deliver their demise. Bring doom to our enemies. Lock on and launch. I want to hear the macro cannons roar! Show them the fury of our macro cannons!
Oh, that ship's dead. What? What are you doing? Hello? My soft lock? It's starting to feel like it. Alright.
Send our enemies to the void! Unleash the power of our lance batteries. Bring doom to our enemies. I want to hear the macro cannons roar. Unleash a barrage of destruction. Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates.
Yeah, fuck him up.
Show them the fury of our macro cannons. Deliver their demands.
Not what I wanted to do, but here we are.
Unleash the power of our lance batteries.
Oh, and it used it.
Full speed ahead. Rain destruction upon our enemies. We have a destination to reach.
Already starting off with a fifth of my health gone.
Send our enemies to the void. I want to hear the macro cannons roar. Full speed ahead. Bring doom to our enemies. Deliver their demise. Rain destruction upon our enemies. Show them the fury of our macro cannons. Helmsman, navigate us to the designated coordinates. Unleash the power of our lance batteries. Bring doom to our enemies.
Alright, I think we have this one. We might.
Full speed ahead. Deliver their demands. Bring doom to our enemies.
Yeah.
Set course with all haste.
Destroyed 4 ships using attack crafts. I did. We got lots of void heretics and some scrap. No. Why aren't you guys in your freaking positions? General once said that all wars are fundamentally the same. If you've seen one, you've seen them all. Rock shit. That general didn't witness the events on Euphrates II. Rogue trader Ignatius von Valancius was the supreme commander in that battle, a man of iron will. Unfaltering, unshakable, I served in his personal forcer guard back then, just another cocky kid who thought he was an expert soldier. The Emperor was gracious to me. He gave me a chance to realize just how wrong I was. Most of my comrades didn't get a chance like that. The shuttles would have blocked out the sun if you could have seen it through the smoke of the manufactorum city of Sigma S13. At its heart stood the machine cathedral, a primary objective. The Lord Captain showed us mercy by having the landing zone bombarded from orbit. All the shuttles carrying troops and, more importantly, precious vehicles reached their destination. Daunted by our numbers, the enemy withdrew. That was the perfect moment for a decisive attack. With an armored vehicle force of the size, we had the upper hand. Upon descending from orbit, Sister Genta fired the troops with the very first notes of her prayer. Her signal was the Emperor's voice, commanding us to fight without any regard for our own lives. After rousing the soldiers to launch a daring raid, she quickly captured one of the heretics' commander. That was when we heard a startlingly different voice come from the Sister of Battle. Trembling with fury, she personally interrogated the miscreant, pulling one poisoned confession after another out of them. When she was done, the world was purged of his impure breath. She was the one wielding the flamer. The sight of that heretic riding in flames was imprinted upon our memory, shining a light of the cruel darkness of our immediate future like a brilliant beacon. In the command center, the Lord Captain ordered his generals to We were commanded to prepare our Ossaxes and commence the assault. We consigned our lives to small green vid screens and their machine spirits. Whenever we avoided another one of the enemy's traps and ambushes, we would then vox cast our coordinates to the artillery gunners. While our comrades rained thunder and lightning upon the head of those skulking whoresons, we gave the Emperor's peace to the rest, making slow but steady progress toward the city walls. Pushing through the ruins of the sacred workshops, we looked with awe upon machines that, up until that point, had remained forbidden to the eyes of the laity. They were places of incredible and frightening technology: void ship assembly halls, alchemical atriums, sacred arsenals, generators producing invisible fields, unsettling to the mind, and scriptoriums containing knowledge of horrors best left undiscovered. In one of the chemical chapels, we came across a shipment of cisterns containing a hallucinogenic gas. The tech priest protested that the substance was not designed for warfare, that it was created for higher rituals. But the officers wasted no time pumping artillery shells full of that gas. At last we reached the gates of Dock MU-514, the threshold of the metal nightmare that was manufacturing Sigma S13. However, the initial attempt to storm the dock shattered against the enemy's defenses. Calligos Domus Optica 22 proposed a tech sabotage. She could set small guitar units behind the enemy lines and help them subdue the spirits of the area's defense system. Thorvald, the fierce leader of the Spirit of Space Wolves, proposed to send infiltrators beyond the walls to kill enemy officers and weaken the dock's defenses. Space Wolves unintegra reaped a bloody harvest. None could hide from the Space Wolves' skill was second to none, but alas, there were simply too few of them. The dead officers were replaced and the fearsome Adeptus were forced to enter direct. They destroyed the defense turrets and opened the gates, slowing the line until we arrived to assist. The dock was taken a decisive assault, albeit at great cost. It took us many days to break through to the metal heart of the manufactorum. In the third week of the assault, the vanguard was halted and swept away by its salvo of plasma macro cannons. Scorning every cannon of sacred engineering, the heretics had placed the hull of an unfinished void cruiser on treads several kilometers long. This Leviathan adamantine and plasteel barred our way. Magos insisted that we retake the sacred machine, for the vessel had been in the making for many decades, and its destruction would have meant a great tragedy for the Imperium. The sight was both terrifying and mesmerizing. A majestic cathedral that was designed to cut through the void was instead resting on treads of a size that staggered the imagination. Those treads were grinding buildings into dust, and the ship's heavy cannons were incinerating entire take formations. Having a sacred machine on our side could have given ourselves a sizable edge. Our orders were to get a landing force and escort the engineers to the main cogitator. Only one shuttle made it to the target. After losing many of its own to the superior enemy forces, their survivor unit had lost all hope. The engineers made the grievous decision to overflow the plasma reactor in order to destroy the cruiser. But then, not a moment too soon, a squad of space wolves arrived to their rescue. The Emperors that drove back the trembling heretics gave the tech freeze the precious time they needed to bring the machine spirits to the main cogitator to their senses. The cruiser was conquered. Slipping on pools of blood mixed with sacred unguents, we made it to the machine cathedral, a gargantuan hall breathing with the flames of 1,000 furnaces, the last bastion of the enemy army. That was where I first faced the word-bearers, betrayers of humanity, and unworthy sons of the Emperor. What could we, mere humans, possibly do to match their unholy bestial rage? The captain... There is no greater pleasure in war than turning the enemy's own weapon against them. Chaos Marines are stronger than an army of ordinary troops, but even they cannot survive a direct hit from a macro cannon. The cruiser's weapon tracked their targets well, and no armor could protect them from shots like that. The Leviathan's tread rolled over the enemy's defenses, decimating the contemptible word-bearers, and bringing us great triumph. And that's when it came. Doomscream, an ancient and bloodthirsty hellbrute, a merciless executioner forged in adamantine and ceramite. That single foe was repelling our assaults one after the other, turning hundreds of soldiers into a bloody pulp. For as long as that abomination lived, we had no hope of reaching the heart of the enemy cathedral. The dire-eyed Thorvald volunteered to track down and destroy the vile spawn, but fate had other things in store for him and his brother. The Space Fool's pack was to be the first to storm the Machine Cathedral. Thus, Magus, Dominus Opticon 22, assembled a cohort of elite Katarians so that he would locate and eliminate Doomscream. The soldiers were whispering that he was willing to activate the so-called Guaranteed Annihilation Protocol, a terrible and ominous rite that is lethal to the enemy's own Omnissiah as it is to his faithful servants. Those looking up to have escaped with their lives had little to tell us. They remembered a terrible howl hanging in the air and a death machine, impossibly quick for its size, dismembering people and crumpling tanks with its horrific manipulators. The enemy was ancient, devious, and utterly mad. The heretic's mind was clouded by rage and hatred. His body was bound within a prison of metal and mutated flesh. What happens next would become legend. The Lord Captain, at the head of his retinue, challenged the bloodlusting heresiarch that had crawled out of the darkness of time. He dealt the wicked executioner a heavy and mortifying blow, and thus Doomscream was routed. The abomination Torn's pincer, fitted with an ancient and powerful bolter, became the rogue trader's rifle trophy. At last we reached the Machine Cathedral. We saw a yawning lift shaft left behind by a colossal land-gnawing drill that had burrowed for kilometers into the depths of the planet. There, deep below, lay the last hiding place of the heretics' leaders. Hundreds of grenades accompanied by promises of swift judgment were hurled into the pit. Such was our righteous anger. Despite the great cost we had paid, the planetary assault ended in success. However, too many heretics had withdrawn into the Machine Cathedral and entrenched themselves at the very heart of the enemy territory. The battles ahead were sure to be vicious and gruesome. Nevertheless, we had established our supremacy over the world's surface. The Lord Captain retinue and the Space Wolves band delved into the shaft, heading toward the heart of the Machine Cathedral. We watched them leave with reverence in our eyes and we were setting up a perimeter around the entrance. We knew that the true outcome of Battle of Euphrates II depended on them, and that our fates were theirs to decide. The energy of the immaterial flow into the core of this mechanism. Oh my god, is that Kunrad? The giant clad in dark crimson armor is in the middle of a sinister litany, his words turning into repulsive ethereal stench and flakes of otherworldly eyes. He does not notice your presence. The same can be said about Kunrad Voigtbeer, who stands at his side. His completely mutated turquoise eyes flash upon seeing you. He flinches but remains silent, hesitant to interrupt a ritual. Sorcerer scoffs. His deep, unnatural, vibrating quizzes hear the size of strength. What good is the name of a rotting corpse propped upon the golden throne? It carries no fear for the disciples of the true faith. So you are the one who are so eager to meet me in your own demise. Rejoice, brother Twilight. Today you become the new rogue trader. Yes, master. I will rectify my mistake and reclaim what was stolen. Platform beneath the sorcerer's feet is the drilling machine's massive tunneling shield. The mighty mechanism can call through underground rock, bunker, bulkhead reinforced with adamantine, or anything else that may lurk in the planet's depths. The servants of the Deus Mechanicus scuttled around the heretic, muttering twist prayers of ignition in attempts to persuade an almost majestic beast to awaken and rend the world's flesh. Wolf lets out a chilling howl as pack ready their weapons, acknowledging it as an unequivocal order to kill. With the solemn gesture of his hand, Erlen thunders in fury. Let those who blaspheme against the true gods beg forgiveness in vain. Let their lips be sealed, let their hands be severed, let their souls be reaped and scourged. Glorious fight awaits. Take heed with the silver-tongued traitor, for he is old, sly, and strong. By the Allfather, the wolves will spill rivers of blood this day. The horrific display of profane sorcerers seemed filled with joy and anticipation rather than fear. I will deal with them. You are a brave one and not easily deterred. Good. Then find a way to reach the tunneling platform while we give the mangy sorcerer something to worry about. Brent, you stick to the original plan. Take 2 brothers and go after Doomscream. Our scouts report they took refuge here in these depths after being defeated in the battle on the approach to the Mystique Cathedral. I want to take the unholy tin can that holds his traitorous brain back to Fenris. Good hunting. We won't fail you, the eager Space Marine lets out a hungry crow. Proudly tread the hunter's grim in chase of a beast of steel and blood. Fangs bared sharp and thirst of pride like glory cloak their mighty gait. Doomscream. He hides in this den. Step aside, Halbrand. I'll be the one to slay it. I will claim this quarry for the baleful Hallow. Do you seek to best me in hunting, O Forever Lost? None are faster or deadlier than the Stormbiters. We will see, young wolf, we will see. Luck be with you, warriors. Hidus Ru Ignatius. I don't have anything to give you, right? That seems pretty good. Oh, helmets fit. Arch militant. He wants to use a variety, right? Yeah. Ah, he's a death world. Oh, that's right. Fenris is a death world. We're just gonna advance his ballistic skill. Apparently we're going crit fishing with this guy. Alright.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs. I will cast you into eternal darkness. And so shall it be done.
That she would be able to jump over that. That kind of sucks.
As honor ordains. The shadows will see it done. My blade whispers your name. As the tenability brings me no pleasure. I shall not. Death is a blessing. As honor caught by the web.
I understand your intent. This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
But he said you were.
If it serves your cause, ancestors guide me.
High momentum.
I challenge you, damn Get. Cops play. I will carve runes out of your bones. None can do better than a warrior of the All-Father! The wolf is on the hunt. See how... Who'll die in disgrace? Cops play!
The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains. I shall not fail. Let your soul be purged. Trust me. No. The shadows will see it done. Trust me. As the
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may.
So it shall be. None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father.
killing brings me no pleasure.
A born predator does not become prey!
Someone else can do this. At your beck and call.
Rejoice! I will not be deterred! The Emperor commands.
If I must. If it serves your cause. Fortune favors the swift. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. I understand your ancestors guide me.
See how the I will carve wounds out of your bones. I don't like that. So it shall be. Wolves, I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument!
I bring mercy and retribution. Let the blood of the wicked be shed as thou hast willed. Let your soul be heard.
Jesus, this thing is tough.
My blade whispers your name. Let your soul be purged. Trust me. My blade whispers your name. I shall not fail. The shadows will let your soul be purged. Trust me. Caught by the web. As honor ordained, my blade whispers your name. Trust me. Caught by the web. My blade whispers your name. Caught by the web. Let your soul be purged. My blade whispers your name. As honor ordains. Trust me.
Better crippled in body than corrupt in mind.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If only that were possible. I'm afraid not. I am a navigator, not a servitor. That is foolishness.
Indeed. It will be done.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me!
Actions will let this be the warning to all who oppose us. And so it shall be done. Rejoice in service!
This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey, if it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Cubs play. Wolves reign. See how the wolf succeeds? So it shall be. Cubs play. Feel the icy bite of death! Wolves, I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument!
I will leave footprints of scarlet. As honor ordains. Trust me. Caught by the web, as honor ordains. Let your soul be purged. Caught by the web. My blade whispers your name.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Ah, they have pink pores in them.
So shall it be. Feel the icy bite of death!
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. I'm not interested. I will do my duty. One viewer target.
Don't frighten me.
And so shall it be done. The Emperor commands. I cannot comply. And so it shall
Just
be
a
done.
minor setback.
This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. I understand your intent. If it serves your cause. This tedium has been... No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Momentum.
Wolves reign! See how the... My hand is thunder! My strike is ruin! I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! Wolves reign! Fenris shoulder! So my hand is thunder! My strike is ruin! Corpse blood! Silent distress!
Death comes in silence. As the tenets demand, I shall not fail. As honor ordains. Trust me. The shadows will... Trust me.
High momentum.
I shall not. Let thy blade be drenched in blood, and thy blessing flow through my veins. As the let your soul be purged.
Skitya! My Karamite hide is strong!
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the... As duty demands. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may.
If I...
I've suffered worse. Follow my lead. Victory is imminent.
Smacked on the butt by her of all people.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. So shall it be. Don't dishonor the wolf with such tasks. See how the... I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! I will carve runes out of your bone! Our
foes reek of cowardice. None can hide in disgrace. Wolves ready. So it's... See. Cubs playing. Wolf.
Actions will speak louder than words. This is beyond me.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
So it shall be. My hand is thunder! Give this task to someone less ruin! Feel the icy bite of death!
Trust me. The shadows will see it done. My blade whispers your name.
Yeah, when every single one of your things is getting plus 44 damage, it kind of helps.
As honor ordained. I shall not caught by the web.
I have read tomes of military tactics. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator.
Helmswoman of the Soul Sea, accept this amulet as a token of my respect for your craft. Every experienced ship pirate on Fenris wears one of these.
Thank you, Ulfa. I am pleased to know that I am worthy of the Space Wolf's trust, and even more pleased to see it in the motley flashes surrounding your radiant soul.
You just fire your biggest cannon and save the day. This wound will make a fine scar.
Your technology is limited,
Let's patch you up.
but I am
With you at
grateful.
my side, victory is within our grasp.
The healing is much appreciated.
On that note, I am going to go ahead and wrap up here for tonight. We've been going about a solid 4 hours, so for those of you who caught the live stream and those of you watching the VODs, I want to say thank you and have a good night. See ya.